Hello and welcome to Let's Make a Game Live. Oh my god, it is finally happening. This is a project that I have wanted to do for ages now. And so I'm not going to meander around because we have a lot to do today. Our goal is actually to have something that resembles a game and will actually be a game in, let's say, a year's time. So, in order to do that, we're actually going to have to kind of power through today, where we're going to get the gameplay mechanics that allow you to control your character and hopefully a little bit more, depending on which game you guys voted for. So, let me go ahead and pull up the straw poll. All right, and it looks like I'm just gonna drag. Let's. So, yeah, let's actually start planning it out a little bit. Let's open up Photoshop. We're gonna create some, I guess, documentation, if you will. That's pretty much the start of any game. Is you need to plan out how you're going to proceed. Now, since I didn't know which game any one of you guys were gonna pick, I didn't work on any of them. So this is really just start to finish a brand new game. So we're just gonna go ahead, create a new, yeah, 10,000 by 10,000. All right, so let's actually, I think this one would be best. Yeah, let's throw this on screen. I love you, Photoshop, but why do you do that? Okay, we're gonna throw you on screen. I need to really move OBS over here, and then I should have done all this setup before, but I'm terrible at that stuff. Let's see. Capture card is here. Okay. And PC capture. Oh, why is the PC capture so large? Like, there we go. Just put that like that. There we go. All right, that's much more normal. So we're actually gonna go to the drawing tablet, which is right over here, and let's come up with some concept here. So a couple things that we do know is that it's an RPG, and we have to pretty much decide on an art style. And I'm thinking what we're gonna do is, just because I actually really like the style of games that follow this, and really we haven't had that many of them, is we're gonna do a 2D. I'm gonna move you guys over a little bit. We're gonna do a 2D RPG where essentially your character is free. Let's draw a little stick person right here. Doesn't even have to be that detailed. Your character is free to move in all directions on essentially a plane, where exploration will have exits placed throughout the level. And essentially the camera is going to be fixed to just straightforward onto it. So in order to make this, it's actually really simple. If we break down what we've got here, let's actually create a bolder line. What we have is essentially two major components to every single level. We're going to have a backdrop and a ground floor. And both of them would be planes, because technically speaking, we're making this in a 2D art style. We don't really need to add too much variation. And then we can add more planes into it to actually be obstacles. That being said, we have the issue that how does combat work in this game? And again, for this art style, I'm actually going to do turn-based combat. So what we need to do is we need to figure out how turn-based combat is going to work. Most games, let's go ahead and create a new. Most games work like this. Essentially, when you played Final Fantasy, would be a good example. You had an overworld. This is like way too big. There you go. You had an overworld, and you had a battle zone. And these were actually two separate levels. They didn't contain themselves in there. There wasn't actually a secret battle cell. And that's actually one of the reasons why there were screen transitions where the screen would shatter and the game would load. It was actually to give the game time to load up those battles. I'm thinking, actually, yeah, that we're going to do some developer wizardry here. Say we have a level that has multiple cells. So we'll say room 1. So we have our rooms. I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate that entire structure and then delete any of the collision that might cause issues so that wherever you are in the rooms, you will teleport into a battle room underneath it. And since we have a fixed camera angle, we're totally going to be able to do that. So what we've got so far is we know how the game's going to essentially play. We know the art style we're going for, and we know generally a little bit about how we're going to make the battles work. How are those battles going to look? Well, I've pretty much said it already, but we're going to do something like... his posture is terrible. We're going to do something like this. We're just using stick figures for now. We're probably going to be using stick figures, just ones that take a bit more time. Probably like a run. So battles will probably look something like this, where you've got your hero character doing their hero thing, and you've got your monster character doing their monster thing. And for the most part, you fight him, you kill him, you're good to go. Now, where does the satire part in the name come from? Well, that comes in the writing mostly. I actually really want this game. I came up with the vision of this game as a D&D party that is 100% dysfunctional. I want this to be like, I know everybody has that group of friends where it's like they come up with such insane characters and concepts that the world just becomes amazingly different. And that's the kind of game that I want to build. I really want to build that fantasy RPG that doesn't necessarily take itself seriously. It's not like we're going to have some huge evil threat to deal with. I mean, we're going to have to come up with some sort of a final boss, but I don't know if maybe the final boss is literally just like a stylus. I mean, we could go in any direction. We're not going to focus on that today. We're focusing on gameplay, and maybe next time we'll focus on story. So, this is what we got so far. That's not bad. Huh. I should probably silence this. I didn't learn that lesson the last time I streamed. So, wow, that was really easy to plan out. I was expecting this to take a little bit more time. I actually scheduled like a whole hour for this, but we're actually ready to start making... Yeah, we're ready to start making the assets a little bit. So, Okay, let's actually go ahead and just save all these. Here, we're gonna create something new in DevDrive for it. I can't really show you guys DevDrive too much, but I'm going to at least. What are we gonna call this? YouTube RPG. We'll come up with a real name for it closer to release. And we're gonna call this concept number 3. All right. This one's concept number 2. Concept number 1. Okay, so we got our concepts. Now we can actually close them out now that they're thoroughly explained. And we need to start creating assets. Now, since we're creating assets, I actually like to do 2000 by 2000 pixels. I just find that that has a nice crisp look. There we go. Now I can turn both of those off. All right, cool. And make a nice transparent layer. So we're gonna have to make our character. And for that, I think for now, we're just gonna do a slightly more elaborate stick figure than the one that we did. And we're gonna rely on sprite animation. Now, we could make a 3D model, and we could use a 3D model in this game. But for this art style, I think what we're going to do is we're going to create the stick figure. We're going to animate the stick figure. We're going to get it in the game, and then we're going to take those animations and we're going to redraw over it. I don't think I mentioned it, but I do want to sort of create a class system based around 3 basic classes. So you would have your warrior, your mage, and your rogue. And those will branch and connect to each other to create different classes. So we'll talk about that more later, but for right now we're just going to work on the fighter because the animations for him are going to be the easiest. They're really going to be straightforward. So we're going to get a nice, that's too big of a head because we have to take in consideration what art style we're going to end up actually using. And we're probably going to end up using something that's kind of more, I don't want to say anime, but like anime. That's probably the truth. So we do want to center everything for right now. Actually, no. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Maybe. This is how game development works. You kind of contradict yourself constantly. All right, so I'm gonna doodle for a little bit, see what I can come up with, and I guess what I will do is I'll put back on that nice copyright-free music that I got from YouTube, and yeah, that will work. So, yep, just groove out while I just draw. All right, so for starting purposes, that looks pretty good. I mean, it's a shape. um, this is actually, I think, if you've ever looked at a book that's like how to draw, they use these shapes a lot for getting your basic shaping correct. I actually think the arms need to be a little bit longer. Um, but uh, yeah, it's tricky stuff. Um, the reason that artists use this above most other techniques is they are able to get sort of basic movement in without having to what's the word? I'm trying to think of how to say this. Essentially, they're able to spend less time getting the movements and positioning done so that they can spend more time on the actual art. Um, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm going to select this and I'm going to take that and transparency is not going to work very well now, is it? Oh, because there's nothing selected. The one sucky thing about working in 2D is in order to get all of it to work, you got to do stuff like this. New layer, new layer mask. Let's do a new layer. You're gonna have to keep separating and ripping things apart, which kind of sucks, but at the same time, we can compose that. That's good, where that is. All right, so let's just eraser tool. This is why we are only doing line work right now, because if we were doing the real thing, this would suck so much to have to constantly have to do. But this is our rough draft. This is our this is where we're going to get our concepts and we're going to put them on paper and we're going to see if they work. Plain and simple. I'm actually going to separate that out to make it easier to remove at other times. And that will also allow me to erase. Okay. That looks so bad. Okay. Actually, I think the other hand is supposed to be a little bit further back, so there we go. There's the start of our character. We need to give him some eyes so that he doesn't look so creepy. And we're going to call him Alfred, the Alpha Body. There we go. There we go. This is Alfred. Alfred is going to be our testing model. We're actually going to make him, we're going to fill him, actually. In order to actually give him some sort of distinction against our backdrops, we're going to need to give him some sort of coloring. And I think what we're going to do is just going to go with this nice neon-y color scheme. Where's my paint bucket? Here it is. We're going to do like white. And we're going to do yellow in here. Just like that. This will help Alfred stand out while we're working on him in game. There we go. There's Alfred. Okay, so we're actually going to save Alfred as Alfred. We're going to save him as both a Photoshop and a PNG. Okay, Alfred. Oh, you know what Alfred needs, though? If he is a warrior, is he's going to need a sword. So, let's actually just draw a sword. Those aren't too hard to draw. Then I can't find my tools. There we go. I recently switched over to 1440p and everything's like so small and tiny. It's interesting. Okay. Sword. We got a cross guard. We're gonna go real simple with the sword. You could actually do like a cartoony style with the game. I might end up doing something like that. That's gotta be one thick sword if I did that. Okay. Today is not the day that we're going to make this look pretty. Today is the day that we make it look like anything. Oh shoot, is that rain? Oh, I thought that was like the shower running in the next room. Holy cow. Man, Florida, you're crazy. Okay, there. That's a sword-ish. All right. All right, let's go ahead and merge all that together. All right, so we got Alfred and we got a sword, and Alfred's sword is actually gigantic. So that is pretty much how I would expect this thing to look, actually. No, I want to, there we go. Yeah. That's supposed to... we could do a little bit of that. Just distort it over so slightly. Alfred's hands are going to be way too small to hold that, unless we do something. It's actually starting to look pretty decent-ish. All right, let's actually work on this some more. Let's move our sword up. And then I need edit, free transform. That way we can... No, free transform is supposed to not have that linked. Add that little bit of bend in the guard. I'm gonna actually make it wider, like that. Give it a little bit of animation flair. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good for Alfred. There you go, Alfred. You got a sword. Now, of course, we're gonna have to color the sword. We're going to use a nice red color. Again, what I'm doing here is actually creating what's known as a debug tone. You see, we know that things are going to go wrong. They always do. Like, nothing in development is ever perfect the first time you do it. I don't have to like fix that. And because of that fact, it's best to use bright colors in order to see things properly. Our real colors are going to look much nicer than this, but for now, this will be our test. As I said, today our only goal is to get the code in the game to make this look and feel like a game. Which means that today's goal is to make not necessarily something playable. It keeps turning that on. Why does it keep turning that on? Got a little bit of perspective in there. Actually, no. We're going to want to keep this asset pretty much unaltered. Mainly because, as weird as it sounds, this is going to be one of the hardest parts to actually test. Is this sword. And I know it. There you go. That's a good size. Alright, so Alfred has a sword. And Alfred will know how to use it. So, we got Alfred, got his weapon. We're going to keep them separate because in the final game, you'll of course be able to use other weapons. So, we're not going to want to merge the weapon onto the body unless we're doing something like this for testing. So, when we're doing the actual animations, the sword itself should not be merged. But so, let's actually save as a Pong. Alright, so let's actually start to get Alfred in the game. And to do that, we're going to use Blender because we're going to try our best not to use a single asset from the base assets of Unreal. So we need, of course, some meshes. So we're going to go ahead and add a plane, and we're going to scale that plane by 10. That's actually kind of small, so we're going to scale that by 10 again. Okay, that's a fairly large plane. That would work for certain environments. So we need to go apply scale, and we can just do a smart UV project, and we're going to save this as where is it? Where did we put this? I'm in the right drive. We put it in YouTube RPG. There it is. Alright. And we're going to save this as a... It would have been a 20 by 20... It would be 20, here, we'll do 20x20 plane. Now we're saving this as a Blender file, but then we're going to go in here, export FBX 20 by 20 plane. Now, what I want to do is I'm actually going to select this, and we're going to just grab these, and we're going to bring it in halfway. We're just going to go Alt-G. Good thing about Blender is it uses a grid, so you know it's not too hard to actually line everything up. We're actually gonna go here And we're gonna go. There we go. That's even. No, it's not. Is it? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Da da da. Okay. So that's actually more like a 20 by 12. I'm going to say 20 by 12. And then again, Smart UV. Export FBX, 20 by 12. Okay. That's actually enough to get us started here, but we're going to rotate against this axis. Yeah, we're going to go 90. I'm going to bring you back to center. We want it always to be at center line, and I'll tell you why. The reason we want it always at center and to be centered is because if it's not, Unreal will not consider it a centered object. So Unreal will put things wherever they are in respect to Blender. And that could make it more difficult to line things up if you don't put them back at world origin, which is 0, 0, I think it is. It's plane. So the biggest thing about Blender to Unreal is just to take in consideration the weird interaction between them, because Blender is actually conscious, like the Blender Foundation consciously makes efforts to work with the Unreal Engine. Sorry, I said open. Yeah. So I guess that's just some food for thought. Yep. Rotate Y, 90. There we go. See how this one's at 0, 0? All right. Then we can just export that. Okay, so we got some backdrops. We got some floors. I guess the next step is actually to go to Unreal. So I'm actually going to go ahead and put up one of these and get Unreal going. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and turn off the music. Boop. Okay, so we are in an empty Unreal project. It is completely empty. There is no starter content. I'll actually show you in the content browser, which appears to not be window. Show me my content browser. See, nothing in the content browser. I'm actually going to attach that over here. Boom. Right in there. Nope, attach. There you go. All right, cool. So we got nothing in the content browser. We've got an empty world. Let's import some stuff. So we're going to start by importing it's on dev drive, YouTube RPG. We're going to import our meshes and Alfred. So it's going to give us a couple of questions. So auto-generate collision, we could try doing that. Base material, none, 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 none. All right. Import all. So what we're going to see now, I can't actually overlay over viewport 1. Gosh darn it. Here, we'll just put viewport 1 down here so you can see. So what we got now is this. Actually, we're going to put viewport 1 over here anyway. There. So, we've got Alfred. We've got our plane. We've got a different plane. Got another plane. And we got another plane. I'm going to go ahead and save them all. Alright, now, something we need to do is we do need to look at what Unreal thinks the collision is for these planes. So let's pop it up and view collision. View the simple collision. Let's see. Alright, it looks like it didn't create any collision. I know, it created complex collision. It didn't create simple collision. Okay, but since they're so simple, we could just go ahead and use complex as simple. And that will give us the option to at least use the floors we have. So let's actually go ahead and delete that. And we can actually go ahead and place our floor. So we currently have no actor as well. So we're not even going to be able to walk on this floor yet. So let's go ahead and make it's a pawn, not animation, blueprints. Here we go. Blueprint class. We are going to make a character. Our character is going to be called player underscore character. And all player characters, including Alfred, are going to have to live in this blueprint. All right, so now you need to convert Alfred into a sprite. So we can actually minimize that. All right, we can right-click him and asset. Sprite actions. Create sprite. There we go. Now Alfred is a sprite. Super easy in Unreal, but because we're making a character, we need to then do add component sprite. Where is it? There he is. Oh wow, he's a little big. Alright, so let's go ahead and scale Alfred down to 0.25. Ah, he's still large. Okay. Let's just save ourselves some time here. 0.1. Ah, now he's the right size. Alright. So, there's Alfred. Look at that. Alfred's in the thing. Cool. Alright. So, we can save that and compile. We can even throw Alfred onto the plane now as we see fit. and you'll see his collision automatically is going to detect. And yeah, that doesn't look terrible. But here's the thing. Sprites are gonna kind of glow a little bit in Unreal's default setup. So what we really need to do... Whoa. That was a loud bit of thunder. We're gonna create a new material. We're gonna make this grass. And parameter 3 level parameter, which allows you to do color. We're just gonna create a nice greenish hue. We're gonna make that the base color, and we're going to make that the emissive color. And the reason for that is now we've created what's known as a shadeless texture. You could actually, I think, go into here and then turn it into a shadeless. Maybe. I can't remember. I don't think so. So in Blender, you can always make something shadeless. And then let's go ahead and create a one parameter, turn the metallic, the specular, and the roughness to 0. Now we're perfectly shadeless. You'll see it doesn't even look like a sphere. It just looks like a dot. Why are we doing this? Well, because we're going to actually add cartoon shading in post. It's probably better to make all of our things shadeless and not rely heavily on world lighting. See, now we can do that, and if we really wanted to, where's my light source? We could actually... Yep, I know, it's going to break some things. You'll notice, let's get rid of the skysphere too. And the atmospheric fog. Where's the, delete that. I want just a black backdrop. So we have no light, but we can perfectly see everything. And that, oh, there we have a skylight still too. There, just all that. Get rid of all of that. So all we have is our player character, our floor, and that's it. So as you can see, when you make it shadeless, it's not affected by lighting at all. So what we've essentially done, I'll go back in here to show you, is emissive color essentially is what does the color look like when it's not lit. And because when it's lit and unlit, it's the exact same color, it's now going to essentially create a texture that is 100% the same at all times. And then by removing the metallic, the specular, and the roughness, we've pretty much turned the engine's effects off. This is why now we have a flat green plane. In fact, this would be a great little green screen. You could probably cut Alfred right out of this if you wanted to. But we're going to go one step further. I think, yes, I do have a noise utility. Aha. I didn't know if I had one or not. Let's create another one of these. I've been messing around in Blender a lot, and Blender actually allows you to create noise filters, and I don't think that worked. That was texture based, that's why. I mean, let's see, what mix options do we have? See what random comes up with. All right, for now, actually this color looks a little bit better. For now, this is our grass texture. I'll come up with the random generation later. Ooh, wow, you are glowing. Oh, actually, you're going to do that. You are going to do that for a little while. Okay. Granted, there should be no lighting. Oh, well, Alfred's sprite might be glowing because of... There's a thing we have to turn off in the camera, I remember, but I don't actually remember where we're going to find it. All right, so Alfred's a playable character, so we need a camera. Boom. And that camera needs to go. Oh, Alfred's actually sideways right now. Just realized that. I mean, he's a sprite, so it doesn't matter which direction he's facing. He's always going to be facing the camera. Fun fact. So, we need to move the camera back. See, now he's set. What? Did I move the whole capsule? Must have moved the whole capsule. No, he wasn't sideways. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, no, I know what I'm doing. Ah, there we go. So now we can actually see what the camera sees. But again, we're not really in the right position. We need to go here. All right. And I believe we can select here and we can turn off dilation. I think is what it is called or something like that. Exposure. I'm not going to worry too much about that for right now. We'll figure that out. So what we've got is now we can see what our character looks like on the field. Kind of cool. Oh, actually my head's in the way. Now you can see what it looks like. All right. So let's put that back over there. Now we need to add our second backdrop piece. That one in the distance. Let's see what Alfred's perspective is. He can see the edge. We don't want him to see the edge. There we go. So now we got another one. And again, new material. This one's gonna be sky. Save frequently. What's this level gonna be called? Test World. Oh, I accidentally put a space in there. My bad, Unreal. I know you don't like spaces. All right, so sky. Again, if you hold down 3, you can create a 3. What is it? It's a. God, I can't remember what they're called now. I'm drawing a blank on it. That shook my house. Holy cow. That didn't knock me offline, did it? No, I don't think so. Let's check to make sure we're still online. Yeah, we're still online. Okay, good. Such a beautiful day to do a live stream, isn't it? Hey, I don't know. I'm actually having fun doing this so far. So there's our blue, and God, I remember there being like a gradient. I have to remember the linear gradient. Boop. I gotta remember how to do the math for Unreal, because I used to be like crazy with this stuff, and I'm going to end up going crazy with this stuff. But for now, as I said, our goal is to make things happen. So, what does Alfred see? Alfred sees a backdrop and a all right, yeah, the grass is gonna needs to up. It's Up that saturation. There we go. So I can show you what we see right now, actually. Right now, what we are seeing here, I'm going to move myself to the top of the screen. So this is what we got so far. We got Alfred. We've got a backdrop. We've got our plane. So from here, we can start to make magic happen. We could start making him move. So we have a world. We have collision. All right, so what we need to do is we need to set up inputs because we made a blank. So I need to move this over. There. Okay, so we need to go edit project settings. Okay, and we need to go down to the tab that says input. And we're going to go action mapping, new action mapping, move. All right, we're gonna, because it's, yeah. Don't mind me, I haven't done this basic step in a while. We're gonna call this up, down, I want MVMT. Up, down movement. Actually, no. Yeah, there we go. And that's going to be set to W. No, we want this on axis because this is where we could set the values. So this is up, down, and then gamepad, or W. So up is W, down. You could always just do math to make this work, but we're going to actually make this consistent across the entire game. These can actually be remapped, which is kind of important for accessibility features. If you want your game to be playable by the most amount of people, then you should at least try to make it so that your game can I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. Like, you want to make it so that, see, I knew it. I knew I was doing something wrong here. This is how long it's been since I've had to do this. Then you go like this, and then you put S. And you make that -1. That's why we wanted it in here. And then you create a new one, and it's left, right. I'm getting distracted. This is probably why nobody does this live, because this is not exactly easy to do. All right. Need A, boom, and then D. One. Actually, A would probably be -1 in this situation. Okay. There's our axes. Now, this actually autosaves no matter what you do. So you will always have this available to you, um, which is awesome. So you don't even have to really worry about like pressing anything. Changes there are applied globally. So now if we go in here and type in up, down, access event, up, down, and then it's character movement, add movement input. There we go. So boom, boom. And I think I have to throw that in there. No? Okay, cool. All right. And then world direction. So let me just see if there's other movements. Get forward vector. That goes there. Right, this is up, down. Oh, there's only one way to do this. Get world. I think it's location. No, I need the rotation. World rot. That will give us this. But that wouldn't actually be up, down. That would be left, right. I don't think I can play as Alfred. I haven't selected him in the game mode. No, I haven't. Okay, so to select Alfred, let's actually get rid of that. We need to go into I haven't done so much of many of these things. I think it's preferences, or the same place that we just were. There it is. Project settings. All right, and then we need to go and find this game mode base. So game, no? Oh, actually no, because we made it empty. We should actually create a new, we need to create a game mode. Game mode, here we go. And this is gonna be RPG. Alright, so now we got this. This thing's actually going to stay empty, but what we need is we need to select here. And player controller, HUD class, HUD default pawn is going to change to player character. Player character. All right. Now we change that. Boom. And now we can go here. And we can go RPG. That should allow us, if we hit play, to control Alfred. And if you look at that, oh, you can't look at that. If you look at that, Alfred is able to go left and right, much like I thought he would be. Granted, you'll notice he doesn't have any animations, so he's got like this motion blur effect going where he's just kind of like vibrating left and right, which is actually kind of awesome. So you'll notice the camera is automatically following the character, and that's exactly what we want it to do. So if we were to actually make this so that it's right, we would want to delete that, and then we want to put a player start. I'm going to do a player start. Just gotta move this over again. Come on. Huh? Where'd you go? Oh, I may have just gotten rid of the viewport. Window, viewport. There we go. Put that over there. Get a player start. We're gonna stick it in the world, close to the backdrop. We're gonna make sure that's facing the right direction, like so. And then we're just gonna go ahead and yeah, let's actually just kind of blow this up here so you guys can see it. We're gonna hit play, and look at that. Alfred's now moving on this plane. But now we gotta do up and down. So kind of like how he just vibrates. It's kind of great. We're gonna have to turn off motion blur. We're gonna have to turn off a lot of settings because Unreal isn't necessarily designed to run this way. But we can make it do it. So we've already got a character walking, and it's only 2 o'clock. God, I planned this to be an 8-hour live stream. I'm really curious to see what I can do in 8 hours now. So let's get the up down, and more importantly, let's actually add something to, like, what's the word? Let's add something to add depth and field to this. Let's add another plane. Sorry, I need sugar to keep doing this. My brain is working like 200 miles an hour right now, apparently. Right out of plane. And we're going to put it here. And we're going to call it, and we're going to add a new material. Actually, yeah. No, we need to make it a new material. We're going to call this test red. And as you can guess from the name, it's going to be red. It's going to be the reddest of reds. It's going to be so red that it is red. Did my red not stay? All right. Here, how about this? Dang, there we go. So, there we go. Let's see how this looks. Oh, Alfred actually moves pretty fast. I thought he was moving slow, but yeah, there you go. Look at how fast Alfred moves. He moves at a decent rate. So now that we got a little testy thing going on here, let's go ahead and create the up-down movements. Yeah. Dang, this is moving much faster than I thought it would. I remember when I first started with Unreal, I was like, what is this? What is this horrendous device of torture, and why do I like playing around with it? And now I'm over here like, and we're just gonna go throw some code together. I haven't done this in forever, and I think it will work. All right, so the next one is gonna be input. Input. Up, down. Okay, so much like before, we're going to add movement input. And boom, and a boom. But world direction is a little tricky. Now we are going to use the exact same code here. In fact, actually, I'm just going to recycle our code here because I think I can. Right? I can add another line. Yeah. All right. But we don't actually want this. What we want is we want the math to get y. So to do that, we're going to go break, which will give us an x, a y, and a z. And we're going to do no, I don't think I want to do that. I want to get world rotation. Here. I actually don't think I need the forward vector. I want to break this. Break rotator. Yep, there we go. And then the axis. I want. Oh, whoops. I completely broke my own code. All right. So this is getting the forward vector. Okay. Actually, no, I do still want this. And I want to break it, I believe. And all I really want to do is move along the x... Is it the x-axis? I think it's the x-axis. I don't think that's going to work. For some reason, I think that that's going to cause issues, but yeah, see, it is moving diagonally though. So the math is sort of working. We just need to, what I want is my x and my y, I think. I know there's a much easier way to do this, but is it make vector? Make vector. Aha, yes, it is. Okay. Okay, yes. So what I want is I want my x and I want my y values, but I don't want my z value. No. So, yes, I want... Yeah, no, I think I want this. Got it. Remembering how math works. Nope, that's still just left and right. I'm pretty sure if I only put the z vectors... What happens if I just put this to 1? I might be doing this the complicated way. That actually made left and right. So then turn y to 1. There we go. Okay, yeah, I was doing it the dumb way. Sorta. It's also backwards. Okay. -1. So I was doing it the dumb way. Because I could... I'm thinking in 3D. That's the issue. I'm thinking about this in 3D, but realistically, I could have done, I'm just going to break this for a second. Break. I could have literally just done this. Nope, not 10. 1. And the game would work just as well. See? So now we got a character that can move around the screen. Nice! So, that's the basics of making a game. Yeah, see, the reason you would use this in 3D, I'll explain this a little bit. So, when you're using 3D, your character is actually rotating and changing direction. Because we're using a sprite character, and once we actually start using the flip book and everything, it's going to be very, very different. But because we're using the sprite character, and we're going to be animating it through code, so like getting its own movement will actually change the sprite. Its direction and all of that stuff should also be controlled by the sprite. So making Alfred move left and right will be as simple as taking these and going image mirror. Where's mirror? Transform mirror horizontally. There we go. And we'll save that as Alfred mirror. Alfred mirrored. Yep. PNG again. I like PNGs because they don't degrade. All right, and then so if we, just to show how this is gonna work, because we're gonna start animating next, which yay, it's already starting to feel like a game. That's kind of the weird part. But let's go ahead and import Alfred mirrored, and I'm also going to make him a sprite. So now essentially what can happen is we can put Alfred next to Alfred. I haven't really worked with sprites as much if it hasn't become obvious. But what we're going to be able to do is, this is actually really simple code here. All right, All right, left and right. So we're going to promote to variable. We're going to do that. That variable is set here. We're going to call this variable left or right question mark. All right, and then Buoy would turn it to true or false. We don't really necessarily need it to be true or false. So we then are going to create an if statement. If left or right is greater than 0, this is true. And if it is true, let's go ahead and add. We're going to throw Alfred mirrored sprite in there. Boom. And we just, what's convenient about Alfred is his sprites are going to be the same size. Do this deliberately so that all of Alfred's sprites will fit in the same space. So we got another Alfred sprite. We're actually going to turn the visibility off. Okay. So if this is going positive, which is that way, that is going right. So if I flip these. So if the number is positive, if the number is positive, so if it's greater than negative 0.1, then Alfred is right. So set visibility Alfred sprite. Visibility is true. All right, and then if it's false, set visibility Alfred mirrored sprite. I should probably show what I'm doing here. To true. And now to make them work, take these and you crisscross them so that it turns off the other one. I like to not have a bunch of little balloons sticking around, but have like code intersecting itself. I don't know, I'm weird about these things. I have an aesthetic that I like. Just like so. All right. And now if we play, Alfred should change direction, which he does. So here, let's throw Alfred on screen to show you guys. Look at that. And I have him turning back around just because that's how we're going to run it for now. We can actually make it so that at 0, he just stays at whatever's current. And we'll probably add that in a little bit, but there you go. Now we have Alfred moving left and right across the screen and up and down. So I guess the next animation we need to do is Alfred facing away from the camera, which isn't going to be hard to do. This is coming together like really quickly. I'm actually kind of surprised on how quick it's coming together. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's make Alfred face different directions. All right, so if Alfred is facing away from the camera at a 45-degree angle, would you be able to see his eyes? I don't know. Let's just play around with it. That's the magic of this stuff. You just play around with it. For one, this layer is now going to be in the foreground. Wow, shocker. I think just for the sake of doing this, we are going to just delete his eyes really quickly with... Yep. So just new... There we go. That makes Alfred look like he's not facing us. Cool. So, we go ahead, File, Save As, Alfred, Mirrored, Back, Save. Save As, Ping. And then, much like before, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to grab Alfred. We're going to flip horizontally. And we're going to grab his sword. And we're going to flip horizontally. Okay, I just saved that over. My bad. I'm gonna save as. Actually, Let's just no, don't. Bad Alfred. I can actually go much higher. Okay. I'm gonna go save as. Actually, you know what? For consistency purposes, let's actually open Alfred. And we'll just do it from. Oh, oops, wrong. It's the ping version. I don't want the ping version. I need the PSP version. Because the PSP version still has his sword separated from his face. Okay. I keep doing that. I keep doing that because it is like just my nature to keep saving. It's a good habit to be in because in the middle of a thunderstorm, when you might lose everything, everything is saved. All right, saved as Alfred back. Yes. Okay. Essentially, what we're doing right now is we're creating the axes that will make up all movement in this game. I don't know if I want to add anymore. I actually kind of like what we've got here. It kind of adds like this interesting like 45-degree only type thing, and it's not bad. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. So. Why can't I find... There it is. Well, we could just do save as ping. There we go. Just gonna export it. I'm switching between too many programs at the same time. Huh. Open. And then create sprite. Save. And then we can actually select these two and throw them into the player character. Just yoop. And then set their skill to 0.1. Alright, and both of these are not going to be visible by default. Okay. And much like before, now we're back to this. You see, we're slowly like building this chain here of just things. What we're actually going to end up wanting to do is we're going to want to create. Forget how to do it. Do you select all of them first? There's a way to add. There's a way to make a drop down, like you just put like an empty component in here, but it's just to keep things clean. I can't really think of anything that I would need to add. All right. Now, I mean, we could always stack things together, but realistically, there's not going to be that many stacks here. Oh, I probably will actually. We'll figure it out later. We'll figure it all out. Okay. So let's go ahead. Much like before, we create the same thing. We're going to promote to a variable. That variable is then going to be up, down. Now this one is probably going to always have the character turn back towards the camera. Just because I think that's gonna look good. So again, this one I think we want to go the other way. Could be wrong, but you know what? I think I've made it abundantly clear at this point. The only way to learn is to just try it. Okay, and then again, the code is if this is true, set visibility Alfred back sprite true. Set visibility Alfred mirrored back sprite. Oh, actually, actually, this is gonna get more complicated. I forgot about this. Okay. Set visibility Alfred. True. All right. So this is where things are gonna start getting complicated. So now we're going to have to do if, again, both of these are going to be ifs. Okay.
That might be the downside to having your setup in the kitchen.
That true, but I'm making a game live, and I've actually already, in 2 hours, made a character move through the screen. All right, so this is where things get complicated, because if we just made this, then Alfred's going to have no direction on which back sprite he uses. So I actually have to think for a moment. So up, down, if true, we're going to go if these conditions from here is true. Essentially what we're doing is we're making a logic branch. Which means it's here. We're going to change how this whole thing runs, actually. Because of the fact that we're going to be using so much logic behind this, it's actually better to just let these set. And for cleanliness, we'll do that. Essentially, what we're doing here is we're going to be setting these variables. And then we're going to create a new function. Functions. Add function. This new function is called Alfred animation fun. Okay, so essentially we're going to be able to call upon this function, and it's going to be if left or right is greater than -0.1, then set visibility Alfred sprite to true, and set visibility. Oh, wait, yes. No, we don't want to set the visibility yet. All right. We actually want to do another if. That's going to be if false. Right. We'll just put it as true for now. And then if false, then this is up, down. We're going to say this way. actually, we're gonna go if this number is greater than, no, because I hate I hate these damn brackets sometimes. All right, it's this way. It's greater than 0.1. So if the forward vector is greater than 0.1, then I'm gonna leave it at false. There we go, just like that. Then set visibility Alfred back sprite. Actually, we need to copy this. We need to do this twice, essentially. So if true, set visibility back sprite to visible, and then set visibility for all the other sprites to not. Actually, why would you have to die now? Okay. What the hell? All right. Okay. Alfred sprite. We can also do Alfred mirrored. Dylan, what the hell is that? Oh shoot, I think, are they supposed to be testing the fire alarms today? Ugh. We may have to take a break. We might have to take a break and actually resume this later, because I think they're about to test the fire alarms. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to jam out and I'm going to mute the microphone because I don't want you guys to get completely annoyed by this. So All right, I got a break between all the craziness because that is loud and distracting. But as you can see, Alfred works. Alfred can go left, right, up, down. I actually had originally flipped. I thought I was flipping this, um, so I accidentally flipped it. But this is a pretty sophisticated little function here. So all we did, for those who are wondering, we'll get them against the white. I gotta turn off motion blur because that's what's creating these effects. The weirdness is we created this function and we threw it to an event tick. And so what an event tick does is like every second a tick happens and it checks to see what these values are. And because of that, that means even without input, Alfred will switch back to default position, which I kind of think that's how we're going to play this. I'm not 100% sure. We'll add in a qualifier if we need to, but Alfred can move around. Alfred is free to do what he wants to do. Now is a matter of animating. But before that, we're actually going to take a break just to make sure that the fire alarm thing isn't going to be an issue. So, yeah. Go ahead, and actually this is around when I planned on having lunch anyway, so yeah, let's have a coffee break. Hope everyone's enjoying that copyright-free YouTube music. Alright, I actually decided to come to this angle to kind of talk about where we are and how fast we did it. The stream has been going on for 2 hours and 13 minutes. If you subtract the breaks, we've essentially made the bones of a game in 2 hours. Probably a little bit less, actually. So, thought they were done with this. Great first YouTube stream, you know. It's the best. Okay. It's been a while since the last alarm, so maybe we can actually talk now and do what we were trying to do this whole day. All right, so where we are is actually a pretty significant point. We've got a character, we're able to play around with that character. We're able to move that character on the screen, and now we can start actually building out mechanics. Mostly mechanics are next because we're going to create. Let's just kind of like get it going right now. We actually are only ever going to see our character from this perspective when they're battling. So that actually makes our life so much easier when it comes to animating him. Nope. Did I actually? I must have saved over that. Gosh darn it. That's not fun. Alright. This was supposed to be easy. Wait. Since this is here. No, I cannot. Dang it. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is just the ping. It's not. Yeah, it's not fun at all. Alright. Well, I mean, really just adding circle eyes back in is not going to be difficult. They're just not going to be consistent. Granted, let's be real here. Yeah, let's be real here. This is still just a test character, so I mean, I could. This is dumb, but this is gonna work. Smooth it out. Boop. I mean, it worked. If it works, it works. There. No. Gotta get it just right. And then we layer it underneath that one. And then we take the eraser tool. God damn it. I hate that this is what I'm doing to be lazy. Okay, I should probably switch it to this angle. Boop. So I accidentally saved over Alfred's forward-facing angle. So we just kind of copied the face from the other one. And we're just gonna go ahead and clean her up. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Where'd my pen go? There we go. Alfred! Welcome back, buddy. Okay. So we just actually put the sword in Alfred's hand. Again, we're being simple. Alfred. Battle. Entirely because we want what's the word? We want to make this happen, essentially. Granted, it looks like if I were to actually, I don't know, do this for any significant period of time, I could just as easily, what's the word? I could just as easily, probably do this detailed and take less time at the end, but hey, I honestly am gonna have fun with this series. Watching this become an actual detailed game is gonna be so exciting. And the best part is I can already see it coming together. Alright, there you go. Alfred has a sword. Yay! God, this is... Alright, that's the worst way to do this. And I know it. The proper way to do this is we should select Alfred's arm again. God, I swear we keep selecting this damn thing. Need the lasso tool. We're gonna just use new layer. Okay, put the sword between the layers. Boom. Now Alfred's holding the sword. The only reason I'm doing it this way is because we have to create some sort of an attack animation for, well, we don't have to, but my goal is to create some sort of an attack animation by the end of the day. And since the stream's probably going to be going on until... am I still muted? No. Okay. Since the stream is probably going to go on, I'm going to say till like 7 o'clock. We have plenty of time. I thought I was not going to have any time. So here we go. We got a battle animation, or a battle stance for Alfred. Now, bing! Alfred battle. Alright, so now we have our battle stance. Let's create a something. Let's create a something. A new thing. A new custom sized thing. Much like before. The easiest way to get rid of the background is to do that. Alright. We are going to freehand an enemy. We're going to freehand an enemy that's been seen in more RPGs than I can count. To be completely honest, this enemy has appeared in everything from Dragon Quest to the crappy Korean ones that, actually, the Korean ones aren't bad. It's like the cheap Chinese ones that we have to worry about. We're going to make a slime. Ah, there you go. There's your slime. Oh, we'll actually create something. We'll create something kind of cute. We will give him the same eye style as Alfred. It's okay. Huh, what are you doing? Okay. Alright. Let's actually do this right. I was going to freehand it because it was going to be easier, but... Wow. There we go. Oh, I kind of like that. I guess that's like a little chub on the floor. Little chub slime. I'm just gonna add some little details in here. Being all like splattery. I don't like how that looks. Ugh. I'm too particular. I am just way too particular. And I will admit it. Half the reason that slimes are even used is because they're like the easiest enemies to draw. Let's just do like this style of slime. Nah. No, it's not permanent, but it's like... Alright. I know the exact type of slime we're making. I feel like I should be mixing this music in here, just like quietly. Here. Does that actually? Yeah, that actually plays. How does that sound? Yeah, just because I'm not very good at talking while concentrating real hard. Actually, yeah, let's not make it 3D, but let's give it a nice green color. Oh wait, that's gonna blend too much in the backdrop. Purple color. Purple's a good color. And boop. It's a purple cube of death. Maybe the final boss of the game should just be Alfred. That'd be great, actually. Alfred, the chosen tester hero. I did this backwards, actually. There you go. That's adequately derpy. I love it. Boom. My purple cube of death. Actually, to make it a purple cube of death. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, ew. I like... There we go. Make it slightly transparent. And we're going to save. Purple. Gelatinous cube it's a pingu. All right, so now we got a purple gelatinous cube, and we got a battle phase. Yeah, open both those biscuits. Nope, not material. God damn it. Delete that. Alright. Somehow forgot to save that. Alright. Okay. Create sprite. Tasty. Now, gelatinous cube actually looks just like a cube. It looks like the transparency didn't transfer, but it probably won't. Alright, so, much like before, Blueburn class. This one's a pond. No. Yes. 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 This one's a pawn. This one's purple cube of death. Darth. Purple cube of death. Okay. And what is it? Well, it's a sprite actor. It's so spooky. Much like 4.1. It's actually supposed to be kind of small. Alright, so there's our purple cube. He should be facing the camera. Now we're actually going to add collision, box collision. Yeah, we'll call it box. Why not? And that box collision is going to get stretched over the entire sprite. And we actually want it to be a little bit wider than the sprite. Just because usually the collision for enemies isn't as well. It's because it's going to trigger a battle sequence. That's the main reason. Okay. Save complete. All right. Then I need a pawn sensing. Pawn sensing does boom is it allows this baddie to have omnipotence. Actually, no. Let's actually sight radius needs to be actually it would probably want to be like in there we go. No, it doesn't seem too broken. You'd have to be pretty close to it for it to see you. Alright. And what's going to happen is pawn sensing on hear noise. Get player. Move to actor, simple move to actor. Controller is the investigator. No. God, it's been a long time since I've done this. Get player controller, player ID index 0, boom, and then it's get player pawn goal. I think it's that. And we need to go to our level. I did close the viewport. Alright, so we need to go to our level and we need to add our, it's a nav mesh. And so now we want to blow that nav mesh up to about 10. No. Well, this will make it easier for us to actually see if it's chasing us or not. So we could throw that there next to the player start. And we can throw our little gelatinous buddy. Let me see it all. So, what our little buddy should be doing now, go ahead and hit play, is as we move closer to him, he should start moving toward us. But he's not. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, he is transparent though. Hey! As you can see though, he has collision. Alright. So, our little buddy is not moving to us. Interesting. Okay, maybe it's because we're not making noise? We could try No, because I want to make it on the in the code so that monsters generally just do that. I can try to make it so that he looks in a direction, but let's try that. Let's try that. Purple key did viewport. Pawn sensing. Sight generally works better. Turn it like that. Make it like a cone. Okay. I'm gonna make it like a cone. And we're gonna go on C's pawn. Let's try this now. It's something like this. We may want to zoom out the camera a little bit. I would be right in where he should be looking. He is not moving. Alright. I've done this before, and it's gonna drive me nuts. Am I missing a component? AI. One second, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta look at my old work to see what I used in the past. Okay, I figured out what I was messing up here. wrong type of actor. Yeah, I know. Get rid of yourself. There we go. Okay. So. It has to be a character. And then that one we're going to call Death Cube. Alright. Now Mr. Death Cube can be a sprite. So let's put this little guy right in. It's gonna need the capsule component in order to actually, stay upright. But now we add our pawn sensing. And pawn sensing again, we need to edit it so that it is that way. Okay, now event graph. Pawn sensing on cpawn. I'm going to go and we're going to AI move to. Target actor is pawn. And then here we're going to do self. Self. Okay. That we don't have it placed. That should be an appropriate. We are right in the cube, so it should. Move, goddamn you! Oh, I'm not in the nav mesh. That won't do anything. Fun fact: for AI movement to work, you need to be in the nav mesh. Oh, God! Don't rotate, but God, okay, it works. It works. It works. It works. He definitely is chasing me around. Okay. Okay. That worked. Oh, was that really all on the wrong side? Oh, God. Alright, so... But you can see he's going to actually rotate. And I don't want him to rotate. So... we're going to lock the rotation. Never locked the rotation of something, but we could try. burnt out since we moved here. So he actually did a good job. Now my backdrop doesn't look so dark. So yeah, you go awesome, dude. So I actually kind of looked into what we should possibly do. And the answer is actually pretty simple. We are going to need to actually do a different type of pawn. So I was right in thinking that it needed to be a pawn. Because we need to use a floating pawn controller, which I knew about. I'm just surprised that I've never used one. So we need a floating pawn movement. So this is what's going to give us the movement we need on the character that we want. Because right now what's happening is because it's a character, it's auto-rotating. Which is what we did in the main character. When we recreated the main character's movement, we actually changed it up so that it would not rotate. So, yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and just reassemble this with this. Put you in there. 0.0. Alright. Cube. And then we're going to add collision. So you don't fall through the level. Stretch the collision over the thingy. Pretty much the same steps that we did the last time. But this time, since we have floating pawn controller, we should be able to use pawn sensing. Much like before. Pawn sensing. Or actually, should we use pawn sensing? Or should we create a different type of sensor? Let's create a different type of sensor, because pawn sensing is really good for 3D but not necessarily good for 2D. So we are going to add another box collision. All right, this one's another box. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys how to do tags soon, but we're going to create this little box right here. All right, make it a little bit bigger. We're going to call this the no-no box. We're also going to change it to, yeah, it's got navigation now. Cool. We're going to change the collision to overlap all dynamic, as for this one. Yeah. Let's actually see if that's going to end up making him like unpassable, because it might do that. Oh, you can go into it. Okay, cool. So, for testing purposes, we're going to create an event for this that's on overlap. We're going to print string hello. So now when you overlap, you should see hello, which you do. I'll show you that real quickly. So it's going to pop up. It's actually blue, so it's like right there. So Yeah, that works. So we know that that is that. All right, cool. Now, we're going to use my favorite feature in all of Unreal. That is called tags. So under player character, we're actually going to go ahead and collect it, and we're going to type in tag. You'll see we have no elements. So we're going to go ahead and create one that says player. This is going to be the tag for this entire item, like this entire being. And the reason we're doing this is because we can use a command called if an actor has tag. This is how you prevent your monsters from chasing one another. And that's going to be the overlapping actor. Boom. And now, if true, we are going to AI move to, and the floating pawn movement is the pawn, or we can type in self, I think, self. The target actor is this actor, and that should work. If floating pawn works the way I think it does, which I think it does. Where did you go? I think he is moving. I can't tell because he keeps going underneath the ground. To fix that, we're going to take this little bit of collision, and we're going to make this block all. So that would turn it into a proper collision. So hopefully he's not going to go through the ground. I think he's moving to me. I can't really tell if he's moving because he stops moving. Start him there behind the cube. And we'll hope for the best. Alright. Oh no, he's definitely moving. Okay. Now we just got to deal with this. Yeah, see, there he goes. He's chasing me. Alright, alright. He's working. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Now, I know what's going wrong in the code here. Making enemies is fun. There's a lot, because right now what we're doing is we're actually creating a simple AI. So what we're actually going to do now is on begin overlap, we're actually going to change up how this works. If true, set, or we're going to create a new variable. And it's easier to do it this way. New variable. The variable is going to be player. And that is going to be one of these blue type. Alright, it's easier to do it this way. Promote to variable. There we go. Delete that one. That one's going to be called player. So if actor has tag, set this to player. Now, from here, we're going to do an event tick that's AI move to. So much like before, now it's no longer tied to the event of being overlapped. Now it knows who the player is, and it is going to chase the player. I don't believe we actually have to attach self to pawn. So you'll see this is running, but it doesn't know. Oh wait, no, let's not do that. That causes errors. So if player has seen player. So if has seen player is set to true, which by default it will not be, then it does that. And then set has seen player to true. Cool. That code will not cause errors. So, it should happen. And it's not happening. I've overlapped for sure. Begin overlap, has seen player, true. Normally false. Self. That's the only piece that's missing. Oh, yep, there he goes. He moves way too quickly, but it does work. So you'll see anytime we're inside the sphere that he can chase us, he's going to chase us. Okay, cool. Now, why does he keep going into the floor even though he's got collision to prevent him from going into the floor? Let's try to fix him from going into the floor. Still on the floor. Lock all dynamic. Stop going in the floor. God damn it. But what if we just raise this up so that it would be outside of his bounds? It sounds like a dumb solution, but it might work. Nope, he still goes into the floor. Alright, so the only other thing I can think to do would be to raise him up above that little dot, because that dot is actually what's causing all of this, like having, like that's considered the floor of the pawn, but normally you could just create collision. Maybe it's because it's a floating pawn. See, now he looks a lot more correct when he actually starts to chase. So that's, I guess, what's going on. Let me just check floating pawn to see if there's a no, there really isn't much. There really is not much in here to edit, except for his speed. So let's turn the speed down to like 100 or something real low like that. So, let's see. Oh wow, that's a real slow sign. Okay, so 100 might be too slow. $500. There we go. That's a little bit of a threat. I think we can have that to like 250. All right, come after me. Okay, that's a mild threat. I like it. All right. So now we have to make it so that when it actually touches us, it starts a battle. Oh man, I'm kind of impressed at where we are right now. Doesn't look like much, But this is actually very close. Once we get the battle mechanics in, then it's just art assets, creating different animations, and story. Like, we're getting to the end of the programming in like less than a day with interruptions, mind you. We've been interrupted like twice already, and we're almost through a pack of Twizzlers. That's not good. All right. You know what I really should have done while, I was waiting for everything is probably should have used the restroom.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Just a nice little note.
Let's play. All right. Oh man, we are back again. But where are we? Well, we are definitely on our way to making a game. Let's do kind of a quick status update, status report, I guess. We have an enemy. That enemy moves. We have a player. That player moves. So now our next step is actually going to be to make this enemy trigger a battle once it actually overlaps with the player. It's not actually too hard to do because all we really need to do is add another box. I love the fact that I can use so many box collisions. I'm just going to be honest. Like, box collisions are the best. battle box is going to be. Battle box is going to be slightly larger. Okay, so now we got this little box, and much like before, we're going to go into the event graph. We're going to create a event for that, which is on begin overlap. If actor has tag. Print string start this should actually be so, touch us. Start battle. Alright, as you can see, he is ready to start the battle. Okay, now, this is the fun part. We're getting into parts that I barely remember how to do. We need to create a public variable. I believe that's what it's called. I just thought of a workaround for this that would work real well. Alright. So on purple key. Player character. On event Now there's a much more official way to do this, but nope, in the blank. Alright, realistically, I shouldn't be using this code anyway for it. I was hoping it would work. To make it work, we would have had to done like this, but then because we actually have to do damage calculations, this is really not going to work. See? So, we could do... cast 2. Cat 2. Cast 2. Because they don't call me character. Oh, no, it isn't. Okay, cool. Cool. And that won't trigger unless Awesome. Alright, and the player character, we're not going to do that. We're going to create a custom event. That custom event is battle start. We're going to make this on the player side because the player can battle everything and the other things can't necessarily battle them. So when this happens, print string. We're going to eventually create things, but we have to make sure that everything is communicating properly. That's the trickiest part about Unreal sometimes is how things intercommunicate. So, cool. We're talking. Good. That's what I want to see. I want to see that. So, we're going to need a new variable. This one is now. Here is going to be tricky. Remember how I said that we are going to have to make it so we are going to have to make it so that the game itself teleports you. The reason this is tricky is because of where we are now. One thing we could do, there's a reason I want to do a teleport instead of the actual, let's fix that real quick. Grass, right here, actually, make grass. Targets would be difficult to do because they end up on the level. But we wouldn't want to like just start the battle up here, because if we did, then there could be things in the way, and we would have to do a different piece of code to remove all the things in the way and then put it back. So I think 2 cells is probably the best way to do it. I'm just trying to think how to work player. Let's see. Teleport. Oh, okay. I mean, it would put us there. I think. Let's see. Touch me. No. No, it did not put us there. It put us somewhere else. Alright. Add a target. That's just going I knew this was going to be the hardest part. I mean, because quite literally right here, now that we have battle start, we can literally make it that we go into Alfred's animations, and then if condition is in battle is true, then all this doesn't play out, and we just do set visibility. Oh, I haven't even added it in. So this part's easy. Like, this part's like a little bit on me. Kind of not really dumb, but like simple. All we're really doing here is we're just throwing a new branch in, and everything connects to that branch. And then on here we can actually throw Battle Sprite onto all of these. Because if anything on this branch is playing, then it's not going to be visible. So now, this part was not difficult in the slightest. So, quite literally now, Alfred's going to switch into battle mode. Or he should. And he's, oh, because it's not going to do anything if it's not plugged in? I'm starting to get tired. Also, the battle sprite's with me. Probably what really was happening. Start. Set is in battle. Play. And now you see Alfred still works perfectly, and then once the gelatinous cube, bam, he's in battle. So, now what we need to do is we need to figure out how to do this without making it a whole level where we just control through other means. I mean, he can still move around too, which we're going to not want that to happen. So we can go if, I didn't put you here because I'm programming. If is in battle, then if is in battle, it's false, that he is free to move around. So now, when you see it, he won't be able to press the ASDW keys to move around. Cool. So we've locked up his movement. Now, we just need to figure out how to get our enemies where they need to be, and Alfred where he needs to be. Second player character, battle start. I may not be able to do this without actually doing a load level, because then I could do load level and we could literally just make new. It's like I don't want to necessarily make it so that it slows down the game. Granted, this might actually be the only way to do this. So, duplicate test world, battle, save all. All right, and here. Test underscore world. Alright, so if we play this, let's make sure that we're in test world. Alright. We're going to switch play to new editor window. And so it should now load up into a battle level. I actually loaded both of them in. Interesting. Okay, well, that's interesting. I didn't think that it would load both of the characters in. But this would cause problems down the line. Because each world would have its own load zone. I'm just thinking about this. Let's delete that. So it looks like this little guy will follow me in when we do this. So let's see if he's actually following. Oh, I'm in the wrong world. See, normally if you could just warp to like a test cell, yeah, he'll follow you in. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay. So realistically, what you would do, this is kind of weird, but and then destroy actor target self. So it would self-destruct. Let's see if that works. Yep, now I'm in the battle world alone. Cool. All right, now I want to change something about Alfred. Alfred currently has his camera way too close to him. Let's back that up a little bit. See how that looks. Too far. Okay, maybe. Okay, that's good. That's a good distance. Then camera battle cam. All right. There's a battle camera. Now, do not auto activate. So it should still just have the one where he's moving around, doing his thing. He's centered onto the screen. But when it hits battle, it should is it switch camera? Activate camera. Battle cam. No, it's not deactivate. I need to activate. Actually, activate battle cam, and then deactivate. Deactivate camera. All right. Don't know if that's gonna work though. So let's try it. Oh, it worked. Oh shit. Oh shit, indeed. That's pretty legit, actually. Okay. All right. I say okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go to a diff the test world battle. Save everything. We're gonna go in here. We're going to position. We're gonna position Alfred on top. Here. We're actually gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna position Alfred where he's gonna go. He's gonna be like right here, and then we're going to purple gelatinous cube. We're going to duplicate, and this one's battle mode. Now, unfortunately, if we do it this way, every enemy would have an instance per level. But there is a silver lining in doing it this way. If every enemy has an instance per level, it means that you can actually design the enemy encounters around where the player is. So we would have to like go in here and just like every slime encounter would be randomly selected from X, Y, or Z, and then it would like load in. We're just taking, we're getting rid of the pawn sensing. This. We're getting rid of the no-no box. And in turn, we're going to get rid of all of that. Actually, we can get rid of all of these. So really, we just kind of kept the cube for purposes of testing. We're just gonna go ahead and take these cubes and we're gonna just place a couple of them. Kind of like place, I don't know, maybe like 1, 2, 3. So, we got like 3 cubes on here. We'll see how this works. Oh, okay, so, alright, not bad. Let's go back. I didn't want to do it this way, but this is the only way that I can think to do it. Alright, and now we got our dude versus the cubes. Granted, didn't I get rid of the... I did. What? Why is the red backdrop there? Unless I loaded it on the level? Oh. Okay. That's interesting. I may have accidentally did what I want to do. Because the red cube isn't present in this level. You can see that. The red cube's present in this level. And if the cube... We're going to play with this for sure. I think it's loading the level on top of the level. So that's, I think, what's happening. But do we really want that? I don't think we do. Maybe it's open level. That's why. Yeah, it's open level. That's what I needed to do. Interesting, though. So you can kind of load levels on top of levels. I might play with that a little bit. That's why the other one was... I might be able to do something with that, though. All right. Interesting. So... the way it was working before actually worked better. Okay. Okay. I think I know how we're gonna do this. This has been a lot of fun, actually. Okay, so we're actually going to not change the level at all. That'll start, and we're going to spawn, and we are going to select our battle cubes. We are going to spawn them. That's what I thought. Oh, I gotta put on this. Spawn AI from class. Location. We're going to get world location. Get world location, purple gelatinous cube sprite. And we're actually going to do that. Remember how we broke it before? Break vector. And we're going to, yeah, if I remember correctly, it was that way. We're going to add float to float. And we're going to add that we're going to make vector, and then we're just gonna connect those bad boys back together like so. So all we really did was we added to the location X. That's gonna be the location. Rotation can be 0. Pawn is going to be the battle mode, and booyah. So and I need to destroy actor. Well, you're gonna need to make this a bit more drastic, so granted it could have been Y, but think, yeah, he spawned in the wrong direction. So we're gonna change this to Y. Never remember X and Y for some unknown reason, but I can always remember Z. I don't know where it went. I think it went too far off screen. But if we can predetermine a distance, we can then create, okay, we can then create a wish I knew where it was going. We can create a piece of code that essentially turns off collision on items. I don't think it's moving. On items that we don't want to collide with the battlefield. Just don't know if this is destroying itself before it completes. Let's find out. Actually, you know what? Can do that, get world location. Just like that. And we can then so this would spawn it on top of it. So see, that's in relation to the player. Don't need this. So what we want to do is plus math is fun, isn't it, children? Trying to make it go across the field. So much harder to do without targets. God, love targets, but they're level instance exclusive. So is he going backwards? We actually figured this out at one point. X and Y. So yeah, X should be our direction. Why is he... Ugh. Why are you literally just right here on top of me? Ah, there we go. It's because I wasn't using high enough variables, apparently. Alright, there we go. This is starting to look more right. That's pretty good. Okay. Z is gonna be a problem. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get world location purple gelatinous cube. We're going to break the door, and we're going to use that to actually be our Z value. So now we're still floating. Yeah. I swear this cube is the worst. It's probably because it starts floating. There we go. Look at that. We actually have a little battle scene going on between Alfred and the purple gelatinous cube. Now we gotta make HUDs, and we gotta make it so that they take damage. That's gonna be fun. So let's... Since there's nothing else in the scene, that's one of the reasons why we can do it like this for now. Granted, this might actually work, because we can create a area around our player character that pretty much, because we know that this is the battle, that this camera is the battle camera. And because we know that this is the battle camera, we can actually make it so that inside that box, any item that would interfere with the collision is removed. And then we can just have the battles go that way. The only issue I can see is if we have a piece of collision that the character can walk up, if we removed it and put them on the ground, it would become an issue. Well, that'd be a solution, but that'd be weird to create a battle floor for the character to fight on. I might have to do some thinking about this. I mean, we could make a battle floor, like, essentially, like, if you enter a battle, like a floor spawns and your characters stand on it. Or I could just make sure enemies don't touch you in areas where they would clip through. That'd be also a pain in the butt. Alright, we'll figure that out. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door had like the biggest shortcut by just making it a stage. Alright. I need to take a quick break. But yeah, this is where we're at so far, so that's a lot of work. And I am sure this music is mixed too high. No, it's not. I don't know what's going on then. Alright. So, yeah. 4 hours in. I think we got 1 more hour out of this, alright? 1 more hour, and that one's going to be specifically adding in a HUD. HUD elements such as the attack button. And maybe we'll see if we can make it so that gelatinous cube attacks back. So yeah, let's take a break, and then we'll come back to this because I am fading fast. Got another energy drink. Oh, delicious. Splash all over me. I'm obviously getting tired. So, what we need to do now is we need to get what's called a HUD element. So, this is most likely... I'm dragging my desktop around. This is most likely where we are going to get the most resistance, because this is going to be fun. Alright, we need to create it's utility, I think. User interface, here we go. Widget, we're going to call it a HUD. Aww. So anything in this square will actually show up on screen, and since the characters here and characters here, we're going to want to put something on here, maybe, I don't know, a button. Yeah, let's put a button. I don't know, maybe like right about here. Do like that. We'll go ahead and anchor it. Always anchor your HUDs, because if you don't, you never know what's going to happen when somebody actually like uses a resolution that you don't plan for. So anchor, top center. Okay. Text box. You're gonna put text in the button. There you go. And that text is going to say the words fight. He's so small. Okay. Let's increase the size of that. Where is it? It's up here. Background should be transparent. Oh, because this is a text box, not text. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. I'm obviously getting very tired. Gonna make that like a... Make that like a red. Why are you doing it to the... Oh, because it's acting like it's one. Got it. Got it. Okay, fight. Boom. Add another box. See, and now these two should be like, yeah, these two are inseparable. Good. These are all just going to be placeholder assets for now. So let's just do fight and run for now, because of how tired we are. Text. Boom. That text C is run. Alright, cool. Yay! Alright, now, HUDs, you have to go in. So, when button is clicked, main character, not main character. Player character. it's been a while since I've done HUDs. It's like get attached actor. That then gets promoted to a variable. That one gets called player. And this is on event. Event constructs. That should be that. And then this goes here. No? That's not gonna work. Damn. It has been a long while since I've had to do this. I'm actually checking on the stream to make sure that's still working. Is it? Yes, it's still streaming. And it is still working. Okay, cool. Know that there's documentation on it. So I know from the main character, you can go on event begin play. It's create widget, and then we select HUD. Was it? Did we actually call it HUD? Yeah, we called it HUD. Promote to variable. Call that the HUD. Add to viewport. Boom. Granted, now if we play this, we should literally see it right on top. See? We don't really want it there at all times, so we're gonna go ahead and then we're going to say so we'll just do that. That will not show it, but it will create it. And then event battle start. We can go have to like. Unless what? Okay. No, I think I know what you're doing. Budget, HUD. Now, we should be able to move around. Yay! Now, we're also going to need to add the code. We're going a little crazy over here. There's actually documentation. There it is. There it is. I found it. It's up here. I think it's somewhere right here. It's under HUDs. It's like there's a specific way to call the player character. And I'm just not remembering it. All right, I'm gonna have to like stop and like seriously look at this because it's probably not very interesting. I feel dumb. I remember it being like a piece of code that you don't usually use because it doesn't work that way. But watch it work. So, event construct, that's event begin play. So, cast to main to player character. Right? Get player. Boom. that really is exactly how you're supposed to do this. Promote. There we go. That is how you create that. Now on the player character, we already have this, so we're going to create a custom function or custom event, and that is going to be attack enemy or attack monster, and then we're also going to create another custom event. That is run away. Alright, on this one, we're going to apply damage. Ooh, now how are we going to detect that enemy though? That's going to be the fun part. Actually, let's not do that one first. Let's do run away. And when pressed, what it will do is it will set is in battle to false, and it's going to move widget. I want to not remove all widgets. I want to add widget, create widget, remove all widgets. I mean, remove all widgets will work for now. And so, if button number is clicked, cast to main player character. That's gonna play out event run away. It shouldn't crash, but I also don't think I'll be able to click it because I don't have my mouse cursor. Okay, now I need to add my mouse cursor. That's like, what, show mouse? Is that on this side or this side? Might be on this side. Show mouse? No? get player controller. Set mouse cursor. There we go. Set it to true. Yay! It works! It works! Ah, cool. 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 Awesome. Yes. Alright. And because of how exhausted I am and how long that actually took, I am going to call this an afternoon. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed watching this video, you can leave a like, comment, subscribe, all over that subscribe button. Thank you guys again. Wolfie out.